Good afternoon. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki and welcome. I'd like to begin with a quick congratulations to our new superintendent as of August 1st will be Mike Nightingale. The board voted on that this morning in our special meeting, so if we can give a round of applause and a welcome. So the recording of that meeting is available or will be available online. And then we did have quite a few media came out today, so that will be on the news and in the newspaper tonight and tomorrow. So that's great that our community can celebrate with us as we have the retirement of Cheryl coming up and our new superintendent to join us. So thank you, Mike. So with that, we'll go to the first item is our consent agenda. So there's a number of council reports there. Is there anything that, Christine?
Yes, I would like to pull 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4 into the regular agenda, please. So that's community engagement, policy advisory, and kindergarten subcommittee.
Okay. I would also like to pull 2.1, joint city board committee report. Our consent agenda is getting smaller. It'll be quick, though some of the pieces. Are there others? We're good. Okay, so next we'll move on to an approval of the agenda. Looking for an approval. Jenny? Looking for any comments? We're good. Those in favor? And that's carried. Next is the approval of the minutes. So those are attached. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve the minutes. Christina, and those in favor? Jenny? Yep. Perfect, those are carried. And then on to business arising from the minutes, use of technology in schools, ad hoc committee. So there's an enclosure there from Jenny, go ahead. And if we can also make sure that we're using our mics and we're speaking into them and side conversations are kept to the side. We have had some comments that it's great that people watch our board meetings, but we also are having some people with difficulty to hear us with the closed captioning not picking everybody's voices up correctly. So I will be asking you to say again if you're not speaking into your mic. So go ahead, Jenny.
Thank you, Allison. So use of technology, this is just follow up from last month. We were excited. I'm excited that everyone was in, we had a good conversation. Everyone was on the same page and we had such support for starting down this journey. And so from there, I've sought feedback, and this is kind of where we've come up with as far as strategy goes in establishing next steps. And so our strategies, we've established that we need assessment to begin this process and to understand what the needs and concerns within the division are, as well as identifying the successes. And so in executing that, we've established a few different strategies that are outlined here. And the first one is surveys. And in these surveys, we are looking to gather information. We're looking to develop surveys that will be specific to each of the recipients of those surveys. And so with those, we've listed staff, administrators, parents, and students. And within that survey, we'd like to give an explanation of the intention for gathering information and to also outline the board's desire to understand how cell phones and technology are being used in schools on a daily basis. And then we've listed our areas of interest that have come out from conversations. So technology's positive and negative effects on learning, how technology is contributing to student and staff wellness, the barriers that exist in regulating technology use, and as well identifying what the board can do to be a support And so our second strategy there is research and partnership. So we are looking to have this topic of conversation added to agendas with our administrators meetings, our division school council, and individual school councils as well, in an effort to gain more understanding and insight through those conversations. Strategy number 3, we have roundtable discussion, and the thought is to organize a student roundtable discussion to give us the insight that would come from dialogue held in real time as students communicate with each other and with us. We're also going to seek guidance from our wellness team in executing that as well. And so then we have, following this assessment period, we would like to then review the information we received and then establish procedure from there based on what it is that we've gathered. And so looking at our timeline, the thought was that this is best to begin in the fall, being that we are short in time for this year and quite full in our calendars. So what I'm looking for is 2 volunteers to assist in developing the terms of reference for this committee, and looking for board members who would be willing to do that.
Sounds good. Warwick?
Just a couple questions to clarify. Have we consulted Jesse and Kaysen in this process because they're already doing some of these things?
We have not directly consulted them yet. I would welcome insight in how best to do that and where that fits in without overburdening what they are already doing as well.
So to understand as well, so when we say we, Jenny, who and yourself and who else have created this framework?
So this was brought to our committee the whole meeting and put out to anyone looking to give back feedback. So I put out some of the ideas that came out from conversation previous and said anyone that has any feedback. And then I sat down with Cheryl and Allison and sought feedback and direction there as well. And then this is also a recommendation here. I'm still seeking to provide input. So this is intended to be the board's work. I'm not seeking to be any other part of that, but a part of the board in this, and to just seeking to move it forward and to seek input wherever anyone has any, and how to best approach this. It's something that's brand new. And so I'm not sure always the next step that is the best step to take. And so anyone who recognizes that, I'm open to that feedback for sure, and seeking for that feedback.
I have Christine. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just one other piece of, so it was my understanding from the last meeting that we were going to create a committee of some kind. So where have you gone with that?
So that's what we're looking for in trying to establish the terms of reference.
Okay.
And so that's what I'm looking for now, and is 2 volunteers to help develop terms of reference. They don't necessarily have to be on the committee once it's formed, but these questions that you have are the same questions that I have. And so with terms of reference is where we're looking and seeking to answer all those questions. What is this committee? How is it comprised? What does it do? How does it do it? What does it look like? And so right now what I'm seeking is 2 board members who are willing to put in some time and effort into establishing those terms of reference with me.
So I have Christine and then Christina.
I applaud the work and the care into digital wellness, and I'm 100% behind this work. A caution that I would like to put forward, and this isn't, a caution that I would like to put forward is I would like to ensure that this committee doesn't step over the governance role, and I think we need to be mindful of that, right? That this isn't a means by which we can become operational, because that's not how the board functions. And so one thing I might suggest is learning the context as a board of where our division is prior to beginning the work of this committee, because I think it's important to know who are all the staff members involved? What are the steps that have taken place that would be aligned with the work that this committee would be pursuing, right? And then we're not doubling up and tipping into that an unintentional micromanaging piece or that operational piece, because I think we are more effective when we have the context, and then from that we can say, okay, where now do we step in as governors, and how do we support with policy, with process that's already happening, and how can we give that input? So I think that would be my caution and my recommendation prior to setting a terms of reference, because I don't think we can set that terms of reference without understanding the context and the work that's already being done.
Christina.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask the same two questions. I was also just gonna ask the reference to we of who the we was. And yeah, I would echo, I appreciate the approach of, wanting to understand what might be a good next step for us as a board and how we can support that, because I agree, I think there's a lot of appetite for understanding how we might support healthy technology use and digital wellness, as is the language of the division now. And so I think I would be, in terms of the timeline, perhaps more in favor of, as we begin to schedule the committees of the whole for the fall, perhaps having the digital, like if this is a priority of the board, for that to be one of our initial learnings, so we can set that next step more fully informed. Because I think, is my understanding like the number one here is the sort of a recap from what you took from the conversation?
This
that what
is
you're
all recap from
Yeah, okay.
everybody's input.
Okay. Yeah, because I just think it can get a bit murky when we say like these will be strategies you may use, when most of these would be beyond the scope of what we would be, sort of able to do.
So sorry, I should clarify this. This isn't surveys that the board would be writing, or that the board would be, these aren't actions the board ourselves would be executing. These are, this is the, this is the, this is a collaboration of all the ideas that have come together of what this committee, what the purpose would be, defining this committee, beginning to define this committee, right? Without terms of reference, this is kind of where we are, is everybody's throwing in their ideas into the hat. And so what we need, I think we're all talking about the same thing, is we need the terms of reference so that we can pull in who from the division is going to be executing these things. Where does the board fit in? How does our governance rule? What does that look like? Who are we working with? And how are we making this work happen? And where does it fit? Because this doesn't exist yet, it's not on anybody's list, right? It's not on anybody's description yet. And so what we're needing to do is identify, what is this work? And so we've begun to identify a little bit what that is going to be, at least in the beginning. But really, in determining our terms of reference, what that allows us to do is when we go to that organizational meeting in the fall, then we're able to appoint who's going to be on this committee. And then we've been able to establish, well, who are we working with, or who are we supporting from the division that is executing these things? And so the terms of reference, from what I understood, that's where we answer a lot of these questions. And that's where we hand it over to say, okay, as governors, we've said this is a direction that we've pulled out of our strategic planning. We've pulled this out of everywhere we've identified this as a priority. So now as a board, as governors, we're saying this is a direction we want to take. And that's kind of where our role kind of ends. But from there, everyone's saying, well, who and what? And so now we're just trying to establish that to say, yes, we'd like to take this into this direction, and now we hand it over. But I think what we need is those terms of reference so that we can start to have something concrete and begin to do work. Sorry, Cheryl.
I think just to sort of paraphrase if I'm understanding correctly. So this would be, so I think was the intent was for this to go to the first organizational meeting in the fall, and which is great. So this would be a matter of developing, because I think in that first line it says, Jenny does say understand current context, understands.
For the purpose
what's
of
that
understanding
first
the needs and concerns within the division, as well as identifying current successes.
Right, identifying current successes. And so I think, if I'm understanding, Jenny, the piece here is that you want to identify what's currently being done right? Currently being done. Those may be, and tell me if I'm wrong, those may be strategies that have been implemented or may be implemented into the future. And what you're needing is, I'm just sort of boiling this down a bit, is 2 trustees who would help you develop terms of reference. So if trustees remember, terms of reference just simply give purpose of the committee, right? So purpose of the committee. It may have 1 or 2 objectives or overlying objectives, and then it would have composition. And so though you would be recommending to the board then when it goes to your organizational meeting in the fall, who you think should be represented. So it's not just a board member committee, you'd be also working with Jenny to determine, well, who should be on that committee? Should there be obviously individuals or 1 or 2 or more from instructional services department? Should there be someone from the tech department? Should there be an administrator? Should there be a student? You know what I'm saying? So I think that these 2 trustees, if I'm understanding correctly, Jenny, would guide writing of the terms of reference. And these strategies may or may not be things that have been done or maybe things that move forward, but wouldn't necessarily have to be part of terms of reference would be determined. Am I right in that?
Yeah, that's I think correct from conversation. This is I think where we're at is a little bit, we're still brainstorming a little bit. And to move ourselves from brainstorming into something concrete and actionable, I think we do need those terms of reference to say, well, whose work is this and where does it fit and where is it appropriate and where is it fair too, right? And that fairness piece is a big piece in saying, well, everybody's got a heavy workload already. How do we do this and how do we do it best? And so I think we do need the terms of reference to be able to do that. And obviously we'll need guidance in determining that and would seek that, of course. But just to be able to enable the board to begin this work, I would love to see us develop those terms of reference over the summer so that moving into the fall, we have that organizational meeting. We can then appoint who is on that committee. And so whoever makes those terms of reference is not necessarily who's going to be on the committee. And I don't necessarily need to be on the committee either. I just am seeking to begin the work.
Andrea.
I just have a question. I wonder if it falls under the wellness committee because the digital wellness piece was born out of that committee, or do we feel like we need another committee?
Go ahead, Jenny.
We did have that conversation actually last month as well at the board meeting. And so I appreciate that thought and I recognize that you weren't able to be there. And so I just wanted to validate your thought in that and say that we actually went down that way, that avenue as well in our conversation. And where we came out on that is that the terms of reference are specific to the wellness committee, and the wellness committee is already doing a specific work. And we thought this one merits an independent ad hoc committee is where we landed with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So Jenny is looking for 2 volunteers to help with the terms of reference. We can't hear you. Andrea?
I will help.
Sounds good. So Jenny and Andrea will work on terms of reference this summer. Okay. Good. And they'll need to, our organizational meeting is, I know it's already set, but it's mid-September. So it would need to be done pretty much by the end of August so that that can be prepared format-wise and in that package. So thank you. And then next is the anti-racism, anti-oppression procedure development timelines. And Cheryl.
Right, so I'm going to turn the timeline piece over to Morag, who put an up, as requested by the board, put an update together for the board.
Thanks, Cheryl. So you should have, if we could just scroll up, Kristen, there we go. A little bit of a detailing that was requested regarding dates and where we have gone with regard to activities and as well movement toward procedure. As well, I have handed out for you the draft of the procedure framework. So that is a separate piece of paper that I have attached. As you can see, walking through these pieces, April 26th meeting, draft survey questions, form for future distribution to parents, guardians, caregivers, secondary students, staff, board members, and community members to provide perspective on building a culture free of racism and oppression. May 3rd meeting to connect about timelines and review feedback. So collected and reviewed data by the ARAO committee specific to the town hall feedback, student forum feedback and data, admin committee feedback, and individual school perspective. Then in meeting preparation, individual review of ARAO procedures from the following school divisions. So there were other divisions that were looked at as they're starting to sharpen their sword with procedures. May 10th meeting, a community survey was completed and sent for formatting to Andy Tislow and Garrett Simmons. The draft structure for ARAO procedures has been formulated that I'll review in a second. May 12th meeting, initial draft of ARAO procedures completed. May 16th, survey sent out to Lethbridge School Division families with 2 key questions: to build an anti-racist and anti-oppressive culture, what systems or practices could the division and schools explore to support a learning community where all students, families, and staff are valued for their unique identities? And then, is there anything you would like to share about your own lived experience and what Lethbridge School Division needs to know about creating a culture that values all people? May 18th meeting, timeline shared with Administrator Committee regarding the procedures and data collected from the admin survey that was already collated. May 26th meeting, review data from ARAO Community Survey. How does the data we gathered from ARAO Community Survey help? And add, change, clarify procedures. And then June 12th, we'll be gathering feedback at Division School Council meeting. Following the meeting, committee will determine how the feedback informs the procedure. As we move to the second page that titles Anti-Racism, Anti-Oppression Procedure Framework, the committee put this together for me. I have not been in attendance for the last 3 meetings, so I apologize if I cannot respond directly to any questions you might have. I'll do my best. So far, the procedure is being structured in 3 areas. So this is in response to town hall, student forum, and admin committee feedback. Number 1 is building an anti-racist and anti-oppressive culture and community. So this section allows for the team to work on the ways that we seek to understand and treat one another. And this section also will allow the committee to be purposeful in the ways that we structure our learning community to include all members. And that also, of course, includes everybody else within the system. The second procedural theme, building capacity within the learning community. So this section would allow for us to seek professional learning for our collective staff, increasing our ability to understand and grow in these areas. And it will also allow for capacity building for our students and community members, as well as all those connected to the greater school division. And then the last piece is exploring an inclusive system. So this section allows for us to look at the ways that we do business within our division, to see whose voices are included and whose are excluded, and to see if there are shifts in practice that we can make so that we are more representative and considerate of all. And so the feedback that we're currently gleaning from the ARAO feed into these 3 dimensions. And I think what I've understood from the ARAO community, if they see another dimension evolve from the feedback, they'll be adding that to the procedural piece.
Thank you, Morag. Are there questions or comments? Jenny, go ahead. Sorry, Cheryl. And Cheryl's after.
Thank you for all of this work. I had a handful of people ask me about the survey that went out to parents and the nature of the questions. And I wondered if you would be willing to just speak to how those questions were developed, or if you can speak to, in whatever way you would like to speak to those questions. There was several people that I heard from saying, why is it asking this? Or what is it trying to understand by asking this? And so if you could provide insight, thank you.
So I wasn't there at the meeting, but I can definitely find out for you, Jenny. Okay.
Cheryl?
Just wanted to sort of put the procedural framework that committee has put together sort of in the context of social justice models. And so applaud certainly the committee in terms of thinking about and integrating 3 different models of social justice. So when you take a look at the framework that they've put together here, they're talking about building a culture, right? So we're talking about culture and community. We're talking about learning, right? So culture and community, learning, and then we're looking at system. And so, sort of those systemic pieces. And up to now, a lot of the conversation that's been around this table or been that this policy has been subject to has been really focused on system. And so that's why I really want to, make sure that we're taking pause and thinking about this framework that they've got to date. And I know that their intent is to get the feedback from the survey, parent survey, taking a closer look at what they had from the students, they'll be at Division School Council, is sort of getting all of that feedback to see how does what those stakeholders say inform what we do in terms of building a culture within our schools that are anti-racist and anti-oppressive. And that very much fits into what's called a cultural competence model. There's 3 main models of anti-oppression and social justice. One is called critical race theory, one is called cultural competence, and one is called intersectionality. And so what I like about this is that first piece really focuses on the cultural competence model of social justice and anti-oppression, where you're building the capacity of your understanding in your culture. Then building capacity within the learning community, that's also a cultural competence model and really focuses heavily on what do we need to learn, how do we need to build our capacity with our staff, and then how will that help really build the culture and community piece. The third piece, exploring an inclusive system, that really takes a closer look at the system. And so in the system, that's where as administrators, as governors, we are accountable for making sure that we don't have systemic oppression. That's linked somewhat to critical race theory. Now, all of those are 3 theories that also work together for intersectionality, which is the third major theory of social justice, right? And so that means we look not just at one thing, we look at all things integrated along with race. And so, again, just wanted to point out the complexity of this type of framework and the complexity of drawing from different foundational theories. It's not so simple as ever drawing from one, because in fact, this committee is drawing from 3 foundational theories. And one is the cultural competence theory. That seems to be the most significant groundwork or framework for this particular procedure. One is intersectionality, and one is critical. The third would be one teeny piece or most significant piece of critical race theory, which is the systemic piece, where the system is responsible for that. And so those are the 3 pieces. Wanted to give that as background so that we move forward with sort of an informed lens of what this committee is working on.
Christina.
Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate that. And thank you, Morag, for the information again. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Morag and your team for the work on this committee and the regular feedback that you're providing to the board at the board request. I wanted to acknowledge that I didn't respond to that discussion at the last meeting, and I did submit a response to the discussion for inclusion of this agenda, and it wasn't included. And I won't speak to the whole thing, but I will speak to what is relevant to this specific agenda item. And that this brings us over 2 full hours of discussing this operational work at a board table, which represents far greater amounts of work being done within our division by qualified professionals that we trust. I think there's a difference between accountability and operationalizing board work governance. And so I just want to appreciate the work that it takes to bring this kind of response so regularly about a policy that has already passed. This is a working policy in our division. And so, yeah, I appreciate the work that you bring forward. And I just want to acknowledge publicly and at this table that represents a lot of additional hours that frankly are potentially likely taking away from the actual work of learning in our classrooms because of the request of the board. So thank you for the work on this. It's important work. I appreciate the work that's happening in the committee. I appreciate the work that's coming to the table. And I do appreciate the dedication of this board to ensuring that this is a thoughtful policy that is implemented well throughout our division. It is extremely important, and I appreciate people taking it seriously. But I just needed to address that. Thank you.
Andrea.
Thank you, Cheryl, for bringing all those points to the table. Thank you for your guidance and the work of your committee. I wanted to thank them. This is important to me, and I just would really like to see us uphold the policies that we pass. And as I say, it's very important.
Christine.
I would just like to say thank you to Morag and all the committee members for the incredible work that you're putting in. And I appreciate just the collated timeline of work that you provided for us today. Thank you. And I'm excited to see, and I anticipate seeing incredible growth in these next couple of years in this area. And moving from that, I know a lot of focus has been on systemic, but just that culture and community piece. And I really appreciate the continued involvement, partnership with all stakeholders, our parents, our community members, our staff, and especially our students, because this is why we're doing this. And so thank you for hearing their stories, committee. Thank you for just reflecting their stories in the work that you're doing.
And thank you, Morag, and your team for the work that you've done in bringing this and preparing this to come forward. I know it did take quite a bit of work throughout the year and this last little bit as well. For me, it really is not just when we pass a policy, it's about passing the policy and then doing this supportive work that brings our community along. So I do think it is important that we have these pieces with the culture and community, and we do need to bring our community along. And there is certainly a lot of work for us still to do as a division. And I think seeing the plan in place in regards to getting the other stakeholders so that we are all doing this work together so that we can provide what's best for all of our students and staff. So thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is business and operations report.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to highlight just a few things today. First of all, we're always excited to see the progress at Gary Station. The 30th Street has been removed. We have the new Abitibi Road that's just about to be opened, and so our site is fully ready. I know, dirt isn't that an exciting piece of picture? Dirt. Yeah. Anyways, it excites me because I know we're getting ready. We're getting close. End of June here, we're going to start getting going. So we're getting closer. And so pretty excited, and we're in the process of planning all our summer projects, but we'll give you a little more detail on those in the June meeting after we've gone to the facilities committee. I'm going to skip finance because you're going to hear about the budget later. And I want to talk a little bit about technology today. So we're really excited. I have to tell you, our technology team is very forward thinking. They're always thinking about what's coming up and what they can do to protect our systems. And so they've been working with rolling out an app called App Locker. And what this software does is it helps prevent malicious software from being installed on our machines, because it's easy to inadvertently install something that could cause chaos. And so it makes sure that if anything's going on on our machines, they have valid security certificates. And so that's really important to us. Jesse has recently been to the Manitoba Teachers Technology Conference over in Winnipeg, and he has He was there as a representative ATLE, and so I had an opportunity to learn a lot of great things about what's going on in other provinces in the area of educational technology. And of course, always the big discussion there is the cyber area, because that's what keeps everybody up at night. Another item, Jesse Sidlowski had provided a letter to the board. I don't know, Kristen, if you have it to put up or not, but everybody here has a copy. Jesse wanted to alert you to an issue that all school boards are actually facing in the province. So this is a great advocacy piece for the board. Is back in 2005, we were school boards received the Alberta SuperNet, and we receive funding to support the costs of the SuperNet, and that helps provide that bandwidth service to our schools, the internet. Now you can appreciate, and I'm just paraphrasing some of the stuff, the details in Jesse's letter, that there has been a lot of advancements in technology since 2005 and how we use technology in education, and so we are continually needing to provide more and more bandwidth in order to do the things that we need to do. So currently, just as an example, we our SuperNet costs are about $1,098 a month per site, and we get about $798. So it's a $300 difference per site per month that we need to support. That's about $90,000 a year to our division. We pay to upgrade our SuperNet at middle school and high schools just because they're running a variety of different software that needs that support. Our elementaries are not currently upgraded for that extra service. And so the plea here is that the government needs to fully support expanded SuperNet, and so that we can actually provide the tools that we need to provide to our students educationally. And so it's requesting that the board help advocate for that. We're limited right now to 100 I think it's mega MPBS service, megabytes, I think, service for bandwidth. Anything additional is extra cost, as I just explained. Really, we need more than a gig. In fact, homes have more than our schools have to run, which is pretty sad when you think about it. Yes. And so in order for us to do what we need to do, we need the extra money to support already what we're doing to boost, but we also need the money so that we can keep boost everywhere. So for instance, our elementaries are not boosted at this time. And so it cause havoc with our teachers, and when they're all on the system at the same time, everything runs really slow. So this is a provincial wide concern, and so we're just looking for support.
Are there questions? Seeing that this is, oh, Christina, you had something?
I just wanted to say thanks for making classrooms work with a house's worth of internet. I don't feel like I have enough internet at my house, and so good job.
Seeing it's new information to us as a board, and I also would encourage us often not to just write a letter. I think if as a board we can bring this back to a future meeting, whether that's June depending on time, but I think if we can put our heads together of thinking of what that advocacy can look like, and knowing that election is coming up and we'll have MLAs to meet with after that, this could certainly be something that we bring forward. In regards to looking at ASBA and doing something provincially, unfortunately, we have missed the boat in terms of deadlines, but I will do some looking into see what is already in the books with ASBA for that piece. And then I think what one of my recommendations would be is for us to send this out to all school boards within the province, just that we're looking at taking some action on it. But in terms of a position statement, it wouldn't be able to, that's not our avenue. And I don't also recommend us just sending a letter to government, but let's put our thinking caps on and see what we can do for some advocacy around this so that we can support our schools and our students. So thank you.
Okay, and just really quick, transportation. So mark your calendars. August 26th. It's a Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. We are having the third annual First Ride event. We're going to have hot dogs and chips and hamburgers and ice cream and maybe some games and all kinds of fun. So it's a really good opportunity for families to come out, get that first day jitters over with on a bus. They can ride the bus and then have some fun and food while they're there. So I'm looking for volunteers always. It's a fun event. So let me know if you can make it. We'd be happy to add you to the list. And yeah, so, and that's about it.
Are there any questions for Christine besides budget and finance? Thank you, Christine. Next, we'll move on to Morag with instructional services.
Going a little faster than I'm used to. Let me see what the themes are. Oh, we got some exciting stuff to share for sure. Dual credit really has bolstered, and I think we've got some great partnerships with Career Transitions and Lethbridge College that have really amped up trades offerings and just some really different hands-on dual credit opportunities for our students, especially moving into this next year. We had started our dual credit intro to the trades course this year for 24 students. So 4 of our students, 4 lucky students from our division, along with Horizon, Holy Spirit, Palliser, and Westwind, got to experience this intro to the trades program. And from here in the second phase of year 2, Lethbridge College has created 4 other extensions from the intro to the trades program. And so now we're going to be offering even more opportunities for kids who really have a passion and desire around the trade. So really exciting time for us. Registration is open, it's online, and we welcome any high school students who have an interest in those course offerings to please sign up. We are excited to really get kids into these amazing opportunities. As many of you know, we had a think tank meeting at the beginning of the year, which progressed into many different other think tank opportunities. One of them was around high school. High school's really struggling with students who could not attend. And we obviously have obligation to provide programming for these students, which has led from the complexity grant that Alberta Ed has afforded us to a conversation where we are looking at building a program called Student Hub. We're still looking at the location. We've got a couple of potential opportunities, but this Student Hub program would probably service upwards of 30 students who cannot attend in our typical brick and mortar setting. And are looking to graduate. So it would be staffed with a teacher and a student support worker that already is staffed within our counseling model that we can support, and the teacher would come from that complexity grant that initially was allocated to counseling. And this is obviously a service that will support kids that we are spending lots of counseling resources on already. So really excited about this chance to help out some kids who desperately need to have programming and connect them potentially to services programs in a building that will provide some great work experience and learning opportunities. So that's a neat new little excitement, and I'll keep you guys posted as that unfolds. We'll likely be posting for that position quite soon if we haven't already. I think we did post it. Mike did post it for us. Thank you, Mike. Lastly, just Jenny, I know that there was some confusion with timelines and where we were last year and what we had shared for dates. I've just attached all of the pieces related to, I would say, diversity and inclusion that you were requesting sort of further updates on and dates. So you've got those. And there were definitely some shifts. I think we all experienced a year that was unheralded. And I'll be honest, I haven't attended as many of these meetings as I would like to have attended. But I'm delighted with what we have accomplished, and they're all here just for you for your reference and timeline. Yeah, no problem. And apart from that, that's good enough. I'm sure Mike has something really exciting to share in HR.
Are there any questions for Morag? Christina.
I just want to applaud the creativity of the Student Hub idea. I'm really excited to see that unfold and understand more about how that fits into our model, because I think that it's such an innovative approach where we center education and not school, right? That where education is the actual goal and not necessarily attendance in any particular building. And so I just really appreciate the effort to reach out to students and that sort of meet them where they're at kind of phrase that we often overuse, but this to me is like in action. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for the work you and your department are doing and the creative ideas. And next we have Mike with Human Resources.
Thank you. It could just be one word, staffing, but I'll give you sort of a general update on what's going on. First, I want to talk a little bit about Edwin Parr. I know we're going to probably talk about that later, but for those of you who got an opportunity to go to the banquet, I say this every year. You could video this and just repeat it every year, but man, we have amazing people coming into this profession. We have incredibly talented educators, and then the young educators who are coming into our profession are just exceptional. And Jamel was obviously a great example of that, and gave such a great speech, such an authentic human, and so it was really awesome to be there and have an opportunity to share in that with Jamel. So, and as you know, the HR team is working. Not only is it staffing, but they're also working to get ready for all the recognition events that happen at the end of the year, get things coordinated. The schools do a lot of that, but HR often is playing a role to facilitate and try and help organize. And then we'll go to the second page, Kristen, if you don't mind, and just give you a quick staffing update, because that's primary focus of our work right now. So as you know, the teacher staffing process started a little while ago. Support staff has been in the works as well, but now we're getting into the more public phase of it. So administrative assistant, learning common, facilitators, business support positions have been posted and will be going through interview processes. And then today, I believe round one postings are coming out for educational assistants, advanced educational assistants, student supports, and other positions as necessary. So there'll be a bunch of positions advertised here today, and then interviews and hiring processes will occur. Terms of teachers, as you know, sort of the first step was there's a bunch of contract work to do. So we've done last couple of weeks 68 teacher contract changes. So those are things like renewing temporary contracts, extending some contracts, moving people from probationary to continuing contracts, offering probationary contracts, that sort of thing. Then we got round one out at the beginning of May, our first set of batch of postings, for lack of a better term. Those were probationary positions. We had 31 positions that we advertised in round one, and over 680 applications to those positions. So, and that was a little unique this year. There were less elementary positions in the first round than there's typically been, and there was more middle school and high school. No particular trend there, other than high school is growing, so that was anticipated. But and now as some of those positions get filled with internal candidates, now we're starting to see some more elementary positions come out. So as you can imagine, a lot going on there to coordinate that, and a huge thank you to the HR department, but also to the schools and our school admin team, because when we talk about 680 teacher applications, like I don't review 680 applications. That's done at the school level. It's done by administration, and they decide on shortlists, do the interviews, and they take care of all of that. And it's obviously a lot of work. It's great work because we do have great candidates that apply for our positions. But, you know, school administrators, it's a busy time in schools. They have to do the regular parts of their job, and they're also trying to do this work as well. Then we advertised 8 positions in our round 2. These are primarily temporary positions. So that's filling a position for a teacher on a continuing contract who's on, say, a maternity leave or a medical leave or personal leave of absence or something like that. And then from there, we're just advertising positions as they come open. And we anticipate we're going to have a mix of temporary and probationary positions as the rest of the year unfolds. So yeah, tremendous work being done in the division right now to get as much of the hiring done, and it's an exciting time, but certainly a busy time, lots to balance, and you throw in a bit of bargaining in there, and that adds to the challenge as well. So that's it for me, unless there's questions.
Are there any questions? Andrea?
Well, not a question, but I did want to say I loved being at the Edwin Parr Awards, and Jamel is just such a humble person, and I love seeing the education in Lethbridge and surrounding area and how everybody was in awe of each other, and and supportive of each other. It was a lovely occasion. So it's the first time I've ever been at one of those. So it was wonderful. Thanks for all the work you do with staffing. Thank you. Now you'll have to staff yourself.
There's an opening. Perfect. Thank you, Mike, and your team. So next we'll move on to the superintendent reports. The first one is board priorities report.
So just a few highlights. I won't go through everything. Under the governments, just want to again applaud Kathy Knelson and Karen Ransey for all the work that they do on the, I can't remember what annual this was. It was the Arts Alive and Well, and how many years it's been in place. I didn't put that in here, but certainly it's been many years. And Kathy Knelson really takes the lead on that, along with Karen, for all of the for collecting Holy Spirit and Lethbridge School Division and the Francophone School Art, working with Southern Alberta Art Gallery SAG and putting on that display. And thank you to Garrett, who's always humble about the work that it takes to put together the virtually installed part of the show. And if you take a look at the website, you'll see the announced winners. How many of you have looked at the announced winners yet on the virtually installed? I love looking at that. And it's always painful to vote because you wish you could, maybe go in and vote for like 3 for first. But nonetheless, the celebration of art is truly alive due to the strong staff support. So and the teachers in the schools who bring forward that art. Another highlight is, I think Christine Lee already talked about sort of the innovation of our tech crew and the app locker. And, really we're leading in this province on the whole cybersecurity piece, and very fortunate to do so because certainly liability and insurance continues to increase, and some school jurisdictions are finding themselves in a position where they don't qualify, and we are in a position that we do, and that we're leading the way with that. So we're in good hands, Christine, and certainly can pass that on to our tech team because we are in good hands. Under the domain of student growth and achievement, most of those things have been talked about. I'm just going to go down to, again, that experiential learning. So almost at the end of that section, at the Lethbridge College Exploratory Days, again, another huge success in terms of working with the college, hosted May 1st to 12th, and students invited to experience potential industries and careers over that period of time. And of course, and Morag will be continuing to work with Lethbridge College and the 5 school divisions on the collegiate model and moving forward in the career pathways model that the collegiate will implement year 2 of, and under hopefully a renovated facility in a year from now, to be able to put that into place. And if we move to, and I think Marg already highlighted, of course, we've got graduation evening tonight under Indigenous education, and there'll be honor night or later on in 2 weeks from now. And so certainly that, I just wanted to repeat it because that team of people is putting in extraordinary amounts of time and work to make sure that those students are honored and that those families are connected with the school division. And under the teaching and learning domain, I just wanted to point out, and I was remiss in making sure it was in here today. We have Garfield Ginny Newman, who is sort of the guru in thinking classrooms. That's the book that our staff have been using to build a capacity with. He's this morning was working all morning with a number of our elementary schools, and this afternoon is working with a number of our high schools. The reason this is really, and actually I spoke to Karen Ranche, who's really been leading this thinking classrooms piece over the course of 3 years now. We've been weaving this in. And she said that, this morning, probably the phrase that caught her the most from Garfield Jenny Newman is talking about curriculum and making sure that our teachers are looking at curriculum, not that curriculum in and of itself. He talked about, you have to look at curriculum through the lens of life. And, what an absolutely perfect statement in terms of moving forward, whatever curriculum you're given, you move it through the lens of life. And then from there, you then have to think about, okay, what's the best pedagogy that engages students and develops them into thinkers to be able to look through the lens of life at curriculum. And so I'm really excited that uh, Jenny Newman is working with our schools, and very excited because we moved into a contract with Garfield to work with those same schools through the course of all of next year, directly with those schools, so that he can be working directly with teachers in those schools. And so that's really exciting. And certainly moving forward, the development of critical thinkers in our schools and developing them into having what I would consider to be the attributes that's necessary for success in the contemporary world. And so that's the highlights of my report. The rest is there for you if there's any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Cheryl. Next is donations and support.
That's there for your information. Again, always just want to say how fortunate we are to be in Lethbridge.
Thank you. And next, acknowledgements of excellence.
Right. Well, we've got Wilson Middle School Showcase, and I'm sure Wilson could have went on for 5 pages. It's just an absolutely busy middle school with an incredibly committed staff, and the kinds of things they are doing in that school is amazing. And of course, they, they have this tendency to they raise good people and lose good people, right, in terms of staffing. And so I always give them credits. For example, Kason, who's our wellness lead teacher, came from Wilson, and now he's leading the wellness initiative. But they never fail to get someone in there and develop more great people all the time. And so certainly Wilson is what I would call a really well-rounded school, because they look at meeting the needs of all the kids, for sure, as do all of our schools. So you've got your all of your extracurricular athletic options there, as well as your fine arts, and a nice strong focus on promoting and supporting Indigenous culture. And so thank you to Wilson Middle School for that. And so certainly some individual individuals are featured there, such as the guitar and rock band teacher Jordan Graschuk, who's basically engaged students in a rock band program. That's really grown. I know that the concept of rock band guitar started at GS Lakey, and it has caught fire, because that is certainly a really strong foundation of our middle school music programs for sure, and highly subscribed in terms of kids wanting those as an option. And then Coalbanks Elementary School. And, they talk about vibrant, growing, and bustling. That's an understatement. And as there's certainly at and beyond capacity in terms of number of students there. And at the same time, you couldn't walk into a more productive and engaged school than Coalbanks Elementary School. When you go there and visit, their students are engaged. It's bustling, but it's that positive hum of learning. It's that productive noise that you hear. And so certainly students are highly engaged. And I know that some of you may have noted that they had their robotics pieces at the ICE Scholarship Showcase. And so that's in their Learning Commons. They have amazing things there. You've got some students where they're always got projects on the go in their Learning Commons. They've got a very gifted person in their Learning Commons. And so certainly that's what you would call a true showcase of a Learning Commons, where there are always projects on the go and inquiry things for students to take a look at. Even though they have limited space in the school, they magically make that happen. And of course, Senator Buchanan, you couldn't find a more committed, delightful, engaged school than Senator Buchanan Elementary School. And so the community strongly supports their school. The staff fiercely supports their students and kids. And the kids are more than committed and fierce about their own school. And so certainly they're always thinking about very creative ways to find times for teachers to collaborate, work together, build capacity with instruction, bring students together. One of the strongest student leadership programs at that school at an elementary level I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to see Lene or Bob taking their grade 4, 5 students out to places to gain that confidence in going around and offering treats or, I know they've done that here at the education center where they will go around and thank the school community for doing things and for the education center. And they do that in the community as well. They really build that efficacy of leadership in their students so that they can move forward. And so their awards and assemblies and the way that they use the Circle of Courage in terms of a values and ethics program is commendable. And that's our Senator Buchanan Elementary School. So 3 amazing schools in our showcase this month.
Thank you. It's great to have them showcased in this way. Do we know, or are we going to leave it for Kristen to send out for us to be doing a tour of one of them?
I didn't think about that. Do you have
That's
any,
okay.
any?
Suggestions, anyone?
The one who won't be undergoing any staff changes would be Senator Buchanan. They're the same. They're the same configuration next year. Senator Buchanan.
So do we want to,
Staffing, no, admin.
Mike, I need you to be on your,
Admin, yes. So that would be a good one because
We're good with
Wilson will
that.
be having a new VP, as you saw announced
Yep.
this morning. And so how does that sound good?
Yep. So we'll have Kristen send out, once you figure out with the school, a couple of options and send out for us to do a tour here in June. That'd be great.
Thank you. Thanks for that reminder. And it's my understanding that should I just keep going on?
Keep going with graduation.
It's my understanding that the school graduation and year-end celebrations are there and that you're aware of them. And of course, I know I've heard you say, it's amazing when school board members attend. It's a very proud thing for schools. It's the next step in all the lives of those young adults, all those humans that are going on to the next pieces of their graduation. So are there any questions about those?
For the graduations, I just want to reemphasize, I know the board has heard it a couple times, just we're really as a board going to try to make it out to as many graduations as we can. It is the end result that we want for our students is that success piece. So we want to be able to help celebrate from the sidelines and cheer on all our graduates. I have a quick question. Knowing Victoria Park, like they have quite an intimate ceremony with each individual ceremony. Each of those students also, my understanding is they come from a school that they may have originated at to go to Vic Park, right?
Yeah, sometimes, but some have been Victoria Park students all through. So
Okay.
there's students who have transitioned to Victoria Park and are graduating from Victoria Park. There's students who have started high school at Victoria Park and finishing it. So it's a combination.
Okay. Do they go back to their own school ever, or they
Not if they're graduating from Victoria Park. That would be their graduating school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions? We'll see you all at graduation. Perfect. Thanks, Cheryl.
Right. And then we have the school trustee liaisons for 2023-24. And it's my understanding that any changes would have been made with Kristen prior to this meeting, and that as such, if the board so nods, then we'll be
That's correct.
giving these to our schools, of course.
Yep, the board has all had sufficient time to make
All
any
right.
exchanges.
Perfect.
And these are our schools for next year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And moving forward, the calendar of events is there for you unless we've missed something.
It's a busy next couple months,
Very busy.
month and a half.
Thank you. And that's it for me. Unless there's any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions. Does this mean that Avis is ready?
I can
Christine Lee, go ahead.
Yeah, I can just while you're getting ready, I'll just introduce it. So, we've been working on the draft budget for 23-24, but school year for several months, and Avis has now taken everything, compiled everything, created lots of charts and graphics, and now you're going to see the budget in this wonderful presentation. So, that's all the introduction you need, and so Avis, you just take it away.
Perfect. Thank you, Christine. The only, I guess, thing I wanted to just add is that this will be posted online afterwards. So if nobody's able to watch it at this moment, they can be able to go watch it at their leisure between now and Monday for any feedback.
The recommendations put forth by the Instructional Budget Committee include supports for inclusive learning, which has been done by allocating an additional $2.5 million from the base grant to the services and support grant, maintaining the counseling supports at the middle and high school levels, which had been supported in the prior year by one-time reserves. It has now been built into the operating budget for 23-24. Additional funding for counseling supports at the elementary level, maintaining elementary allocation to support cost increases, and increasing the funding to secondary schools to address enrollment growth and increase costs. The priorities of the budget and the Instructional Budget Committee guide budgetary decisions. Total expenditures in instruction for 23-24 are $116.74 million. This is a 2.3% increase from the prior year. To break that down to each program within instruction, elementary enrollment is decreasing by 147 students in K-5. Although enrollment is projected to be lower, staffing FTEs for class size needs were maintained. In the prior year, $1.4 million was allocated to elementary from the COVID mitigation funding. However, this will now be maintained through the base grant funding. Supplies decreased for furniture and equipment and general supplies due to in the prior year, some larger items were purchased with one-time reserve funding, and this won't occur again in the 23-24 year. Middle school enrollment is decreasing by 79 students in grades 6 to 8. Certificated staffing decreased by 1.5 FTE in teachers due to the use of one-time reserve funds used by a middle school to top up in 22-23 that is no longer available for 23-24. Supplies decreased for furniture and equipment and general supplies due to in the prior year, some larger items were purchased with one-time reserve funding, and this won't occur again in the 23-24 budget. High school enrollment is increasing by 277 students in grades 9 to 12. The large increase is due to the largest grade in the division in the 22-23 school year is in grade 8, and they will be moving to grade 9 for the 23-24 school year. Certificated staffing has increased by 6.7 FTE to address enrollment growth. There is a decrease of 2 FTE in support staff as 2 schools use their reserve funds to top up their staffing in the 22-23 school year, and these funds are no longer available for the 23-24 school year. Supplies decreased for furniture and equipment and general supplies due to in the prior year, some larger items were purchased with one-time reserve funding and won't occur again in the 23-24 budget. Other instructional programs include inclusive learning, technology, and other programming. In inclusive learning, changes from the prior year include an overall reduction of 15.6 FTE positions for educational assistants. This reduction is within PUP due to less enrollment and funding within this program. These decreases have been offset by increases in additional family school liaisons that are being added within counseling. Technology changes from the prior year include slight increases to computer supplies and software to keep up with demands and changing needs. There's also a $700,000 capital transfer to the Technology Evergreening Capital Reserve to help fund upgrades to technology in the future. Other instructional programming changes from the prior year include staffing increases for the new Classroom Complexity Grant and the Digital Wellness Grant. Decreases in the early education managers due to the right sizing of the early education program has also occurred in this area. Supplies and professional learning increased due to the new curricular funding grant that is also included within this area. 82% of the division's budget is spent on instructional activities. Throughout the budget process, the board's and instructional budget committee priorities and the feedback received from the budget engagement survey are in the forefront and ensured they are met. The board priorities included growing learners and achievement. This is being met through the following budget areas. Supporting early education programs with the K-12 base grant funding of $485,000. Learning loss funding, known as the BOOST program within the division, will be continued once the division knows the amount of funding it will receive from the province for 23-24. Maintaining technology evergreening capital funding to ensure planned and equitable replacements of technology. Maintaining the elementary allocation to support increased costs, and increasing secondary funding allocation to address enrollment growth and increased costs. Under leading learning and building capacity, this is being met through the following budget areas. new curriculum funding for resources and professional learning, and maintaining lead teachers to support teachers in the classroom. Under supporting learning and well-being, this is being met by the following budget areas. The new mental health in schools pilot program, known in the division as the digital wellness program. Maintaining counseling supports at the middle and high school levels. In the prior year, this had been funded through one-time reserves, but for 23-24, it is now part of the operating budget. Additional funding for elementary counseling supports and new classroom complexity grants. The budget survey feedback and the instructional budget committee priorities were very much aligned. Their priorities included inclusive learning supports. This is being met through over $2.5 million being allocated to the service and support grants through the K-12 base grant. Maintaining class sizes. This is being met by maintaining the elementary funding allocation to address increased costs and increasing the secondary funding allocation to address enrollment growth and increased costs. Intervention strategies. This is being met through maintaining the lead teachers to support teachers in the classroom and supporting early education programs with $485,000 from the K-12 base grant. Supporting well-being. This is being met through the new mental health in schools pilot program, known as the digital wellness program in the division. Maintaining counseling supports at the middle and high school levels, and additional funding for elementary counseling supports and the new classroom complexity grant. Lastly, technology and other materials to support learning is being met through maintaining the Technology Evergreen Capital Fund to ensure planned and equitable replacement of technology. As you can see, there are overlaps in each area and shows that funds have been allocated based on these priorities. Expenditures within administration total $4.25 million for 23-24, an increase of 2.26%. This amount comes from a specific jurisdictional grant from Alberta Education and increased by 0.5% after remaining the same the last number of years. Administration covers many of the legislative and operational requirements of the division and includes the following departments: the Office of the Superintendent, Business and Finance, Human Resources, System Instructional Support, and the Board of Trustees. Staffing has remained the same in these departments from the prior year. Contracted and general services increased for board costs for consultants, memberships, and additional travel. An additional cost under HR for criminal record checks, which are now required by Alberta Education for teachers every 5 years. 3% of the division's total budget is spent on administration activities. Expenditures within plant operations and maintenance total $10.75 million for 23-24, a decrease of 0.5% from the prior year. Plant operations and maintenance covers the division's responsibilities for the construction, operation, maintenance, safety, and security of all buildings and includes the costs of maintenance, caretaking, and other capital-related costs within the division. While there was a 5% increase in the plant operations and maintenance grant, in the prior year, one-time funding of $220,000 from the plant operations and maintenance reserves were used to address cost pressures in this department. These funds are no longer available for the 23-24 year. Decreases in contracted and general services, mainly decreases in building maintenance costs, are offset by increases in utilities and insurance premiums. 8% of the division's total budget is spent on plant operations and maintenance activities. Expenditures within transportation total $3.33 million for 23-24, an increase of 4.51 from the prior year. Transportation includes all activities of transporting students to, from, and between schools. The division transports over 3,900 students daily. The increase in the transportation grant rate of 32% helps cover the increase in the busing contract for the 23-24 school year. However, in the prior year, one-time funding of $300,000 from the transportation reserves was used to help with the increased cost pressures due to the increased cost of fuel. This funding is no longer available for the 23-24 school year. 2% of the division's total budget is spent on transportation activities. Expenditures in capital and debt services total $6.75 million for the 23-24 school year for a decrease of 5.1%. Within this program are amortization expenses and infrastructure maintenance and renewal, or IMR costs, associated with the funding received for the 23-24 school year. IMR funding decreased by $10,000 from the 22-23 school year, and amortization has been adjusted for the 23-24 school year. 5% of the division's budget is spent on capital and debt services. As I draw this presentation to a close, I want to thank you for your attention and participation. If you're wanting to know more, please visit our website where both the preliminary budget executive summary is posted, as well as the 2023-2024 budget infographics, which lay out the information we went over in this presentation at a very high level. As part of the budget process, we are looking for public feedback. There's a quick online survey that includes both a rating of the budget as well as a section to include any comments you may have about the 2023-2024 budget process. This feedback survey is available from Tuesday, May 23rd and will close Monday, May 29th at noon. The feedback will then be provided to the Board of Trustees as part of the division's board budget debate on Monday, May 29th at 3:30 p.m. Thank you again for your interest in the division's budget process, and we look forward to hearing your feedback.
And if anybody has any questions right now, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Avis. I know there was some sound issues, but Garrett's going to take care of it after for anybody that's watching currently. He's going to soundbite your voice in. So yes, work his magic. So let's go to questions. Comments? Christina, go ahead.
I just want to thank Evis and all the people involved. It's a very long process to get those fancy infographics ready to go. So yeah, just on behalf of the board and as chair of the board budget committee, I just want to say thank you for that public presentation, and I encourage the public to look through it. I think one of the challenging misconceptions is that every student receives funding, right? And I appreciate the way that you've articulated that that is not unfortunately the case in our division as a growing division, and that our executive council and the teams that you all lead works really hard to try to meet every student regardless of that funding fact. And it's a changing landscape of education funding, and so I just wanted to appreciate that the work that goes into clarifying that and the challenging choices that have to be made due to funding restrictions. So thank you.
Other comments? Jenny? Done? You're good? No questions? Okay. So thank you as well for all the work that went into this and for doing the video that will be up for people to watch and to respond to. We as a board have certainly been receiving feedback up until this point, and any other feedback, I still have some more to send out to the board, so I'll be forwarding those on. So just out to the public and to our staff and students, because we did get student response as well. We appreciate any input and taking a look and taking the time to review the information that Avis and her team has prepared for us. It is important to know and recognize the piece that we are not funded for every student, and we do need to figure out how we can spread that out to still support every student that comes through our doors and get them to graduation. So thank you. Christine.
I do just want to make one comment. I know Avis talked to this a lot in the budget, the difference of use of one-time reserves, where we used over 4 million in one-time reserves in this school year, and there's 800,000 in next year. That create in itself challenges, because quite often, I believe it's about 3 million, 2 to 3 million, 2 million, I think 2.1 million of those reserves this year were with staffing to make sure that we were maintaining maintaining programs and trying to continue to support EAP, as was one of the uses of one-time reserves. And as you use those reserves, when you come to the next school year, you either, if you maintain those things, that's the first thing you've got to cover from any increase in your funding. And you can certainly see that created some challenges with this budget, is trying to keep what we are already doing, and then on top of it, not being funded for every student. So it is a difficult balance.
Thank you. So the board budget debate will be on the 29th on Monday at 3:30. It will be live streamed, and that is available for people to watch on Monday as well.
Perfect. Thank you, and I'll see you on Monday.
Thanks, Avis. So next, are we ready, Kristen, with the Edwin Parr video? Did you want to say anything about it, Cheryl? Mike? About the Edwin Parr video? I know you spoke about it already, so. Okay, so we're just going to take a couple minutes to watch the video that was produced for our Edwin Parr candidate nominee.
And then also just to do fun or creative things as much as we can so that it's not so dull, I guess, because it's not, math is not very contextual, but if you give it some context, if you give it a little bit of pizzazz, you can actually get kids to like it and enjoy coming to your class.
So Jamel is committed to creating an environment where kids want to come and where they feel valued. And so Jamel contributes to the school outside of the classroom in order to make that happen. Jamel coaches rugby. He was the athletic trainer the first year that he was here as an intern teacher. And he doesn't play rugby, but he knows that connecting with kids outside the classroom is important. So he said, I'll volunteer to help coach rugby.
I mean, I think the word love is used a lot when kids talk about Jamel. I think he's got an ability to relate to students and really, create opportunities for them to engage in things that they're interested in. One example of that is during his PS3, he started a Pokemon Go club. Just because he knew that we had a pocket of students that maybe didn't have a connection to our school, and he could create a club for them where they could feel like they had a group tied to Winston Churchill, where they could make a connection with other kids and with a teacher.
I met Jamel when he was in his practicum here last year, and over this school year in the fall, he got involved in our school's production of Murders in the Air. Jamel helped me assistant direct the production, and throughout, I just was able to see how much he cared about the students and how much they truly cared about him as well. And Jamel is now working on our one-act plays with a group of kids, so he's helping assistant direct and support them. And I've been in a couple of their rehearsals, and it's just so special to see how much the kids care about him and how much he cares about them.
He has such a beautiful, interesting perspective on life that would seem so simple, but it really has changed, I feel like, the way that he approaches his teaching and the way that he takes a subject like math, which not everyone likes at all, especially when it's like 8 in the morning. And he just brings this fun into it that really brings out a passion in people.
I love this job. I love coming to work. I love this place. And I feel like the people in this place have made me who I am. So I attribute a ton of my success to the support that I got in this building. Supported people can do awesome things, and I'm fortunate enough to be one of those people. So thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so just a couple comments. And certainly I said a lot about Jamel and the Edwin Parr. That's just in my head. We all heard that. Okay, good. I certainly, and the video I think does a great job of capturing who Jamel is. And Jamel, we just wanted to let you know that we really appreciate everything that you do, and certainly very, very very proud of the work that you do, and to Winston Churchill for the great work that they've done as well. And also want to give a quick thank you to Garrett and Katie for doing all the work behind the scenes to get the application organized and the video. I believe in the video that they created, there was even a drone used. So they had all kinds of tech going. So wonderful showcase for our school division, and we're certainly very proud of Jamel. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to add the part about the drone work. Yes, it's all good. So yes, thank you to Jamel for all he's done in his first year of teaching, and great that we could have him as our nominee. So with that, we'll move on to, oh, we don't have our 3:30. Okay, sounds good. So next is our action items, authorization of locally developed courses. We'll start with the middle school one, which is 9.1. And that one we can do all together, right? Okay. Morag.
As you can see, there are a wide variety of middle school. We're going to the middle school section, right, Kristen? That's okay. Wait. You can see there's a wide variety of options that we have locally developed. And as per usual, within the grade 6 through 9 course offerings that are locally developed, we just simply have to, Kristen, can you just scroll up to the recommendation? No, there we go. That you do approve those courses that are listed for our middle 6 through 8 and grade 9 only from September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2027.
Perfect. So there, the courses are there. There's a suggested motion at the bottom if somebody would like to make that, or Kristen, can you pull that up on the screen for us? Jenny.
I motion that the Board of Trustees approve the use of the above locally developed grade 6 to 9 courses in all division middle and high schools from September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2027.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Morag.
Now we go to the really fun part that I think it was Doug James used to always love. There was one trustee who always pulled the short straw, and it was Doug James. Can we go to the next section then, please, Kristen? You're gonna have to go through all these because these are the locally developed middle school courses and their detailings. Perfect. So if you want to just, yep, there we go. So what we've done here is we've just collated these a little differently just so that you all can see them and the courses that we have asked for approval from Alberta Education. And we're offering some amazing courses that I wish I once upon a time might have had access to: advanced acting, astronomy, ballet, band, chamber ensemble, dance, design thinking for innovation, guitar, jazz dance, portfolio art, yoga, like some really amazing offerings. And so the recommendations are below that the board do approve each of these courses, and you have to list them from the subject matter and then the sections of the division as well within each of the recommendations.
Okay, so we do need to motion each of these individually. Christine, you think you're on for the job? Okay. She has the most experience. She has the most experience. So next year it'll be somebody else.
She's got voluntold.
I was going to call on Tyler, but he's not here. So
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of advanced acting touring theater 152535 LDC 1975, 2975, 3975 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? And that's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the acquisition of Astronomy 152535 LDC 1947, 2947, 3947 for 3 credits until August 31st, 2026 to provide enhanced program offerings to students.
Those in favor? Carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of ballet 152535 LDC 1412, 2412, 3412 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to approve continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? And that's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the acquisition of band 152535 LDC 1439, 2439, 3439 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2025 to enhance program offerings to students.
Those in favor? And that's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the acquisition of chamber ensemble 152535 LDC 1417, 2417, 3417 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2025 to enhance program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of chemistry IB 25 LDC 2241 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2024 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of contemporary dance 2535 LDC 2467 3467 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of dance 152535 LDC 1413, 2413, 3413 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of dance composition 35 LDC 3477 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2024 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the acquisition of Design Thinking for Innovation 152535 LDC 1131, 2131, 3131 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2025 to enhance program offerings for students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of ESL Introduction to Canadian Studies 1525 LDC 1212, 2212 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of ESL Introduction to Science 15, LCD 1213 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the acquisition of guitar 152535 LDC 1568, 2568, 3568 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2026 to enhance program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of Jazz Dance 2535 LDC 2469, 3469 for 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of Portfolio Art 35, LDC 3158 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? That's carried.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the continued use of Yoga 152535, LDC 1449, 2449, 3449 for 3 and 5 credits until August 31st, 2027 to provide continuance of program offerings to students.
Those in favor? And that's carried. You got a whole nother page. Just kidding. So that is how you do it. For next year, it will not be Christine. So good job, Christine. Thank you for doing those. So next is board value statements. So you will see, if we can scroll up just a little. So the board has worked hard on coming up with the values that we'd like to have and use and see for our division. We took a lot of this out of the work done at town hall and the values survey that had went out, and we had a values subcommittee that worked together to come up with some of the definitions. So it's been a lot of work and a lot of thinking to get to these pieces. At the top, you'll see our values, and then it says we are growing, leading, and supporting, and then a or a colon there. And then we're doing the growing, leading, and supporting through the values that are below there. So this is what we propose, and I move that the board approve the value statements as presented. So just looking if there's any comments or discussion. Being none, those in favor? Excellent, thank you. And you'll see these woven in the future upcoming work. You'll see this in our assurance plan that we'll be looking at on the 29th as well. So watch for these in future things from the division and the work that we're doing. So thank you for everybody that put thought and effort into these. Next is, we're moving right along, Cheryl. We're good. What are present pieces? Okay, that's fine. So next I have division highlights. So I would like to remind people to keep them relatively short. So a couple of things over the last month that you'd like to highlight that you've seen or been a part of within our division that highlights the exciting things happening. So who would like to go first? Christina?
I love these. It has been such a fabulous month. I have many highlights, so I will pick two. One is I was able to attend the Arts Alive and Well in Schools exhibit opening, which is free for access through SAG for anybody to go and enjoy that exhibit as well as the other exhibits within the gallery. And it's just so special. I love that event so much. I've gone for years and just love it. And it's just fabulous to see work that students have created. You can just like see it pouring out of them, like this creativity and desire for expression, like on the page or on the screen, and it's amazing. And when I was just like sitting in and basking in the glow of art outside the gallery, a family walked by and the dad very proudly said to their child, "See, you're up in the gallery, professional. This won't be the last time." And I was so pleased and so grateful that our division put so much effort into making that opportunity available for our students, because they're right. It's not going to be the last time. Every student who is participating in that event is an artist through and through. And our board chair made a great comment in her opening sort of statement about that this work takes place in our art rooms, it takes place in our classrooms, but also takes place at our kitchen tables. And the work that everyone involved that goes into creating these art pieces was really apparent that day. And so just appreciation to those within the division that are involved, appreciation to those at SAG who are involved, the various arts councils and the many people that go into making that happen, and of course the student artists themselves. So, and then I also wanted to shout out the student leadership group. I was able to attend the beginning of the day for the student leadership conference for the day. It's called SAIL, can't remember the acronym, but students from across the zone who were participating and presenting to one another as leaders and sharing things that they have learned about leadership, topics that are important to them, and hosted at Lethbridge College. So shout out to Trish and the many different teams within our different schools who make student leadership a possibility for so many of our students, because it's evident that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they're the leaders of today. And I appreciate the opportunities that our students get to experience that in our schools. So yeah, just overwhelmed all the time with the amazingness of students. Great.
Thank you. Jenny?
I had the opportunity to be over at the parent council at Nicholas Sharon, and one of the things they do during their school council meetings is allow one of the grades to come and present what some of the work that they're doing in their grade. And they had the 5th grade team present to us, and they had something that I just thought was such a neat initiative and information capacity building, community building piece that they did. What they did was survey their 5th grade students and ask them, how many do you feel like you know the kids in your grade? Do you feel like you know the names of all the kids in your class? And the feedback from that just showed the kids how much they care, for one, but it was neat to see how that changed throughout the year, and the way that the teachers took that information and said, okay, there's some of our kids who don't feel like they know the names of all the kids in their class, and they were all pretty surprised by that. And so they let that shape some of their work that they did, and they brought the kids together and really built team working opportunities and community among these kids. And it was neat because they did a follow-up survey, and all the kids not only knew the kids in their class, they knew the kids in their grade. And so it was neat to see that approach of those teachers, that creativity and that care, and the way that they're building community at that school, and within the grade and within the classroom, and the opportunity for those teachers to share that and other people to take away from it as well. And so I thought that that was neat, and also just an overall highlight of the energy in the division right now. It's so fun this time of year as you're going to the last concert and the final game and the last show and the last presentation. There's such a fun energy and a feeling of celebration as you go from school to school right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready? Okay. Christine?
The two I'll share. One is on Friday, I had the privilege of helping serve breakfast at Senator Buchanan. I wanted to jump in and meet some of the kids and work alongside Monica Carlene, and they just do such a phenomenal job there, serving kids, getting them ready for the day. And all of our schools do. But it was great to be part of it and to be invited to join in and meet some of the kids and just see the gratitude and excitement. And I have to tell you, there is excitement for the first piece of red watermelon in the year. There's a lot of excitement. And so just cheers to all the staff who serve our students so well with heart and care. And I know Senator Buchanan isn't the only school. All of our schools do this. And so thank you for loving our students and setting them up for their days. The second thing is was able to take in the high school one-act plays. And our schools, our students did such a phenomenal job of picking their plays. Chinook was the only school the students actually wrote their play. So that was quite incredible. So I was able to take in 4 of those plays. And Horse Girls from Winston Churchill was able to advance to provincials in Red Deer, where they received an outstanding from the judges. And I know it was such an incredible experience for all students. So congratulations to them. And if you haven't been able to take it in, I highly recommend it next year.
Thank you. Andrea?
I'm sorry I wasn't here last month, so I'm playing a bit of catch up, but Christine Light asked me to fill in for her at General Stewart, and so I got to help judge Air Band with Mike and Cheryl and Christine, and we had so much fun. So I wanted to give a shout out to them. And I took in a beautiful spring concert at Emmanuel Christian Elementary School. It was lovely. And Then this month, I got to go to Lakeview's spring concert, and it was on May the 4th. So May the 4th be with you. And so it ended with a Star Wars type tribute, complete with lightsabers. So that was really fun. I saw every kind of music represented there. It was wonderful. I also got to attend their Indigenous Learning Day. That was wonderful. And I'm looking forward to LCI's grad this weekend, and also got to go to the LCI concert and hear Jenny's daughter sing, and that was wonderful and brought back memories of watching my own 3 children sing there. So sorry, it was more than 2, but playing catch up.
I was going to say, does this mean we have to give you 4? You're playing catch up. There you go. Good. So for me, I as well was going to talk in regards to Arts Alive and Well in Schools. It was an amazing event. I won't elaborate too much, but one of the great things was just to see the pride in the room, and the little sister that yelled out, "That's my sister." So it's just, you know, the pride, and it really is about that, sitting at the kitchen table, and art is alive and well in our schools, in our homes, and it takes a big team to get our artists to where they are today. So without the staff that support our students as well to be the artists that they are, and it's not all about math and English language arts. It's about the arts as well, and it's important within our schools. Another thing I'd like to highlight is outdoor togetherness event at Fleetwood Bodden. They raised teepee there, and it was a great morning event just to celebrate the togetherness, looking at the mental health for the students in their school, bringing together the community. They had drummers out and dancers, and it was just to bring the school community together with their families. It was a wonderful event. Edwin Parr, we've already talked about, and then I just wanted to quickly touch on the election forum that we had together with our ATA. The work of our ATA members to help host that was wonderful. And then just to link it back to schools is that I know that Siona at Fleetwood is doing student vote on May 29th. So just a big shout out to our schools that are doing that work with our students to involve them in, engage them in the election process. And just a reminder that we do have our election advocacy priorities that are on our website, and that support our students to be able to advocate for what's important for them when they go out to do their student vote on May 29th as well. So you can watch for those results when you're watching on the 29th for the provincial results. Watch to see what our students voted for within our division. So that's pretty exciting. Good. So next I have community conversations. So I'm gonna, I don't know if Jenny has an answer yet, but Jenny was helping organize this one for.
I don't have a
date.
firm confirmation yet, so I will send an email as soon as I do. I did give a couple follow-up phone calls this morning, but still don't have anything fully confirmed. So I'll send an email as soon as I do, and let Garrett know as well, so he can update it on community engagement. So
sounds good. We're looking for mid-June for that one with an outdoor event. So hopefully last year when we did our outdoor event, we got the 100% rain day, but we'll do it again as an option and see how we make out with that. So perfect. Next is board chair report, presentations to the board. Christine.
Thank you. Yes, I thought I would bring this forward. In previous years, staff members have made presentations to the board during public meetings for the purpose of informing the board of the work of the division, for building capacity of understanding to allow for clearer context and decision-making, and providing opportunity for board members to meet and connect with staff members from various departments. Not only did these presentations present positive opportunities for us, board members, but for members of the public as well. And as a board, we've shifted a lot of this information to committee of the whole meetings, which are very valuable. But I believe that a con to this is community members can no longer access these information sessions. I believe it's detrimental to the opportunity of collaborative partnership with students, staff, and parents. And I believe that continuing to live stream board meetings allow more members of the public to access and participate in these presentations. And I think all members of our community benefit. And it really struck me at this month's DSC when we had Kason and Sydney present to us on digital wellness. And there was a lot of, oh, I had no idea this was happening. Right. And so I really think this is a worthy conversation to have of how can these presentations, how can we reutilize them? I would like to reutilize them so that our community members can be more aware of things that are happening and just help with those conversation pieces. So I would welcome a conversation on this. Thank you.
Jenny.
I appreciate you bringing this forward, Christine, because I have had people ask me, oh, I heard this was the presentation prior to Division School Council meeting. Is there a way I can view it? And hoping that it was recorded online because they weren't able to attend at that time. And so I appreciate this. And I guess what I'm wondering to have better understanding around is, would it be possible when we have these presentations, whether they're at the committee of the whole or in this meeting, if they are at, I mean, these are already live streamed, but if we did it at committee of the whole, how complicated is it to live stream that if it's not done during this meeting? How much of a burden? How much of a burden is that? Is that a possibility? Like if we're doing one, because sometimes we've moved them to committee of the whole so they can be longer for a reason. Do you know what I mean? And so sometimes we've wanted to be a longer period of time, or we're looking to, I think we're also looking to balance because we want these meetings to be accessible to the public. And when they go on and on and on, they become less inviting for people to want to engage with. And so sometimes, if we've wanted a longer presentation or, a fulsome discussion or whatever, we've moved it to committee of the whole. So what I guess I'm wondering is if we were to keep some of that in committee of the whole, is it still possible to broadcast that to the public as well from that setting?
Cheryl?
Well, anything's possible. I mean, so I mean, that depends upon the purpose of the board, the purpose of the meeting, and the purpose of the presentation, right? And so certainly, I mean, if that's what the board desires to have as something that they want to make highly accessible to the public, then we would do our best to make that happen, right? And so, I mean, anything's possible.
And I think that I do think anything's possible if we're having it at another time that we would make it possible that it could be recorded. When I look back at our committee of the whole sessions, I don't know that there's been like a staff member like you're talking that has come to present to the board that it's moved so that it's committee of the whole. So I don't think that that has actually occurred in that sense. We have not had committee of the whole where it's a staff team come and present to us that would have presented at the board meeting instead. I think that knowing we have a new superintendent that's going to be doing some planning in the new year, I think that this can certainly be taken into that consideration piece of what that might look like, whether it's committee of the whole and taped or whether that's just getting that information, right? I think that that's the biggest piece is that what we are doing in the division is shared and it's information that us as trustees are able to have on a regular basis so that we are informed, right? So I think that those pieces are key. So go ahead, Christine.
No, and I appreciate that. And I know that a lot of the items that have moved to committee of the whole have been items we've asked our executive council to have conversation and bring information to us on. Looking back on previous term and first year, the change that I've seen is we no longer have those connections with the staff members of our division, and I find that is very valuable. So that is something that I would like to see. And yes, I absolutely appreciate that Mike will work through this, but this is also a board agenda, and so I just wanted the board feedback on it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. And next, oh, go ahead, Christina.
So I've been thinking about it since I read it, and so I just wanted to share some of my thinkings. I actually I'm not sold either direction. So I'm also interested in what everyone's thinking. Because for me, it brings up the other piece that I feel like I've mentioned a few times at board meetings of that I'm struggling with the balance of division staff reporting or sharing or presence or time or input into board meetings with what I see as an imbalance that what we as board members are bringing, right? And so my question sort of in the inquiry kind of piece is like, to what degree, my social studies brain is like, to what degree are we, how might we bring forward what we learn about the division through our various roles as board trustees into board meetings? Can we be more complete in our response, like in our reporting of how as a board we are meeting our board priorities? Or like under governance, like how are we meeting that? What are we sharing? Yeah, and I don't have an answer. Like I don't, not certain which way I fall. Because I deeply value the time that staff, both who are here now and who work throughout the division when they come and share. I find that very valuable, of course. But I also recognize that it's a lot, right? And I think I'm just always very sensitive of it as like a nonprofit worker who's often reporting like multiple times about the same work. I get very sensitive to it. And so I just am curious about, I think similar to your question, like what purpose does that meet, right? And how do we best meet that purpose rather than jumping straight to a strategy? Like what problem are we trying to solve, right? If it's that certain stakeholders want more information about what's happening in the division, is there stuff that's happening that we could point them to? Is there something that we can do as trustees to share what we know? Yeah. So, yeah, but I appreciate the insight about what previous board was doing because I think that's helpful to know what strategies have been useful in the past. So, thanks.
Jenny.
I appreciate that, Christina, because that was some of my thoughts too, as well, is I think that there's been some presentations that have happened that that were very informative for me, and I wasn't aware that I didn't know. You know what I mean? I didn't know enough to have asked, can we have these people come in and tell us what they do? Because I wouldn't have known to even ask for that. And so my thoughts around it have been presentations that like you were saying, with a purpose, that there was a need, there was a purpose, because being cognizant of the work that goes into that and just adding, I'm hesitant to make something just routine for the sake of routine, and mindful of establish a need, fulfill a purpose, but I also recognize I don't often even have awareness of a need that might already be there, right? And so I see both sides of things, not sides, I guess, but I see a lot of different perspectives as I look at this. And so the one thought I did have is we are already doing presentations before Division School Council, and they are very valuable. And so those ones are already being done. The work is already being done. Is there some way that we can explore making that more accessible to the public by live streaming or something of that nature? Because it doesn't add necessarily more workload, because that work is already there and already being done once a month. And sometimes those presentations come from our community members. Like we've had people come in and talk to us about healthy choices in food, right? And in different things. And so those don't always come from our staff. And I recognize that, but that we're also including community in those. But that might be something we could explore further.
Sure.
Those are already up on the community engagement website under the Division School Council. All the presentations are there.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yep, go ahead, Christina.
I think one way that I might add to the conversation about what pieces to bring forward or what might be a responsible use of like a governance request to bring forward, is maybe like something that we can do as a board in that, sort of organizational meeting even, or something like in that sort of initial steps, is like, what are the major topics that are our priorities this year, so that staff have sufficient time to plan and prepare and understand that, like, I know that the pace of schools and classrooms is very fast, but the pace of governance should be a little bit slower. And maybe we can identify like 2 or 3 presentations that we feel are important, because I think you identified the perfect one: digital wellness, right? Hot topic for the board, hot topic for parents, hot topic for students. It's come up on every single engagement survey we've done this year. And there's lots for us to understand about what's happening, because it is happening, right? And so I think that's a great example of like the problem to solve, right? Is that we all want more information about that one. So maybe that would be something we can ask of the board chair, and in the new year, of maybe identify like a couple topics that are our priorities, and then that allows everyone space to prepare, and it meets both those needs.
Thanks. And Garrett had just shared, and he'll share out where you can find them if you have difficulty finding the parent sessions from our Division School Council. So thank you. And next, you're good with that? You're done with that one?
Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. And I look forward to the conversation of that, because you're right. It's not just going back to a box, but it is finding what are we looking for? What is the purpose? So I appreciate the drawing back to that purposeful conversation. So thank you. Yes.
Perfect. Next is Code of Conduct Policy Procedure Review. Christine.
Thank you. So policy 202.1 states that trustees shall conduct themselves in an ethical and prudent manner. This includes the proper use of authority and appropriate decorum in group and individual behavior. Trustees shall behave and communicate in a manner that reflects respect for the dignity and worth of all individuals and maintains the integrity of the board. Though Appendix 202.1.8, Trustee Code of Conduct, delineates proper and appropriate conduct of board members, the process to follow should a breach in trustee conduct occur is vague. To uphold the value of accountability of board members to each other, to members of the school division, and to policy, a clear, concise, and appropriate process should be laid out. I ask that policy 202.1, Trustee Code of Conduct, along with Appendix 202.1.a, Trustee Code of Conduct, be reviewed and updated to reflect a clear and robust process of accountability for trustees.
Sounds good. So as you know, through our committee of the whole, there had been some work done on this previously, where we looked at some local surrounding school board code of conduct policies and procedures, and we were waiting for another couple of school divisions. So might be great timing for us to take a look as trustees, if a couple of trustees wanted to go together to do a working group over the summer to pull together some of those code of conduct, and actually knowing that we don't have committee of the whole over the summer, that it might be an opportunity for us to actually focus on that code of conduct policy and procedure and ensure that those are in place and done well. So, and then that would be ready to go forward to the policy advisory committee once the school year started back up. So that would be my suggestion on this, and I would look to others to see your suggestion if there's a couple of trustees that would want to be on the working group, if that's the way we go. Jenny.
This is me asking a question, not volunteering. I just I'm just looking for understanding, clarification maybe. Are you wanting to look at just the appendix, or both the policy and the appendix?
Well, certainly the appendix, but both, and then both can go to the policy advisory committee.
And in the recommendation, she does say both policy as well as the appendix piece.
Okay, I did see that. And so then my question is the appendix, does that belong to the board, or does that belong to the division? Is that procedure, or is that policy for that appendix?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
I would suggest that anything that falls in the 200 policies really are board policies and appendix and procedures, because the superintendent would never presume to write a trustee code of conduct or So certainly all of those pieces under the 200s are very much, and that's why, for example, policy committee would never provide recommendations to the board. The board would instead be the first to take a look at those deeply. And as the board say to the policy committee, here's what we recommend as changes to the policy that guides our behavior as a board, that guides our conduct. And then the board, certainly the appendix, the board can make that change as a board if there's a collective agreement that that's what you, without it going to the policy committee, right? And so the board owns all of 200, really.
Okay, that's what makes that makes a lot of sense to me, and that's kind of what I thought logically. But what I wondered is, in our policy, we still keep in the statement: the board delegates to the superintendent the authority to develop procedures necessary to implement this policy. So, is that appropriate to have in there on that policy?
Well, I don't think I know of a superintendent who'd do it without it being given by the board. That's just a standard statement that applies to all policies. So it would still be appropriate to be there. Well, or you could take it out and you can always decide as a board, you don't want to have that statement in any of your 200s, right? And you can decide that as a board. Certainly, because it is an awkward statement that a superintendent, again, would presume to make changes to the board governance section of the policy manual. And so you might actually might make a motion. You might decide, you know what, I think we should remove that statement about the superintendent and procedures from all of the 200s, right? And that's easily enough done. You can just simply make that motion at a meeting that statement be removed from all the 200s, which essentially are your governing sections. That would make good sense.
Other comments? Christina?
There's also been some discussion at the board around, I think you mentioned it recently, Jenny, around a board self-evaluation. Would that be part of this?
It could be part of looking at the code of conduct. That could be part of it, but it'd be more likely that would go under evaluation.
Anyway, I'm willing to support with this work. You know, I love process. So.
So you're good to do the work in the summer? Okay. And others that are interested? Okay. Christina and Christine Light and others. Jenny, I know you were like, not me.
I support that it needs to be done. I think we even had this conversation at the beginning of the year that this policy was inadequate. I don't know. Is that a fair word to use? And there was already even discussion that this policy needed to be looked at. And I think that was part of a broader conversation about reviewing policies in general. And so I think it may have kind of got lost in that a little bit. I don't necessarily feel the need to be directly involved unless, how many are you looking for?
I think 2 is good for a working group. And
I'm confident in their ability, and so I'm happy to support them doing that.
Yeah.
From a distance.
And the work had already started when we had the committee of the whole, where the packages were already there, and then there was a recommendation of another one that was working on their policy and procedure. So we'll make sure that you guys have that and can bring it forward for September. If you guys are good. Okay, thank you. So next, we are going to go consent agenda items. That's where we're putting them. Oh, yep.
Just by process, if we want to make that change, because it does make it a little bit confusing, the statement about the superintendent for these 200s, do we just give that back to policy advisory committee, or do we just make that motion in another meeting?
It would
Okay,
be separate.
thank you.
Yep. And next, we are going to go on to the items that we pulled from consent agenda. So the first item is 2.1 Joint City Board Committee Report. So I had requested to pull it because you'll notice in there that there was lots of discussion in regards to the harmonized playground zones and that it was going forward to the city SPC committee. So the SPC committee did meet shortly after that and they approved it for recommendation to Lethbridge City Council. And then I just wanted to bring forward that Lethbridge City Council has voted unanimously that harmonized playground zones will be in effect from 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, and those changes will be in time for the start of the school year in September. So I just thought that it would be great to pull that off so that we do have that on record that that change will be there. We've agreed to work together with the city to assist in any way that we can to ensure that that's a smooth transition for our families that are going to be driving in those, see the change in those playground zones that will they'll be going into when they take their students to school each day starting in September. So thank you to City Council for moving forward with that. And then next that we had pulled from the consent agenda was 2.2 Community Engagement Committee Report. Christine.
One is process and one is question. So I would like to request that because we're accountable to our terms of reference, when we do submit our reports, if we could please include the members who attended a meeting, just for context of the meeting, that would be appreciated. And Jenny, you also wrote that the committee discussed ideas on how the committee can support schools in their engagement efforts. And I'm just looking for information on that.
There's not more detail there because it was just a topic brought up to continue to think about. Like it was brought up almost as vaguely as it is here. So it was brought up as we move forward and think about our role in what we're doing as a committee for community engagement. We recognize that a lot of community engagement is happening specifically at the schools, and just the idea of let's think about that if there's a way we can support that in the efforts that we are doing as a committee. And really that's just kind of, I guess I should have worded that maybe to discuss the idea about thinking about that. Is really what it was. So sorry, there's not more details there. Hopefully around that idea, I'll be able to provide more details in our next report because we will have all thought about it and bring back our ideas. So thank you for the reminder about attendance.
Thank you. And then go ahead, Christina.
Can I make a recommendation? Would I be able to recommend that we maybe create a template for committee reports that includes a couple of those headings so that when we submit the committee, because right now we have the memo template, we could get a committee report template with like not much more than this, just like date of the meeting, attendees of the meeting, and then that's just to help everyone sort of have consistent reporting. Yeah.
Noted. Thank you. And then 2.3 Policy Advisory Committee Report. Christine.
The template will help with this one as well. This was just an observation. I mentioned it with the Policy Advisory Committee report last month and just wanted to bring forward a public reminder again, on record reminder, to include members who attended the meeting.
Thank you. And then 2.4 full-time kindergarten subcommittee. Christine.
Yes, so on May the 4th, Christina Larkin, Andrea Chuck, and myself met as subcommittee members to finalize our Zone 6 presentation on fully funded full-time kindergarten, and it was presented at this month's Zone 6 meeting. And our resolution is, be it resolved that Alberta Education provide the opportunity for every school division to access new funds for fully funded full-time kindergarten to ensure students develop the important language, social, motor, literacy, and numeracy skills that create a foundation of success for future learning. And I am thrilled to report that the vote was carried unanimously with full support. And so we look forward to bringing that to our fall general meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for the committee for all the work being done on that and for going to be presenting it in the fall. So that's wonderful. Thanks. We have a couple small items to take care of in terms of correspondence, but what I'm wondering is if we take a 10-minute break or guests are all coming at 3:30. So we'll wait till, and it may be 3:35, we'll wait till they're all here before we start back up. So we'll take a 10-ish minute break to gather all of our students. Thank you. We'll go back to recording. We're back on. Perfect. So we are so excited to have so many students and families here with us today. We have two sets of awards, and the first set of awards, I'm going to hand it over to our superintendent, Dr. Cheryl Gilmore, and she's going to read out a bit for each of our students that are being honored here today.
You know, there can be no better way than to close an afternoon with honoring amazing young men and women, young humans in our boardroom today. So we're going to start with our Honoring Spirit Indigenous Student Awards. And I want to give a little bit of background to this award. So ASBA, that's the Alberta School Board Association. So that's all of the boards, school boards, trustees in the province have a special award called Honoring Spirit Indigenous Student Awards. And I want to read a little bit of background about this award so that you can have an understanding of what it means to be nominated for one of these. So this award celebrates exceptional students nominated by members of their education communities based on their exemplary leadership, honor, courage, and commitment to their cultures and education paths. And so we have four amazing individuals to honor this afternoon as those who had been nominated and that's the entire province, nominated for this special and unique award. And so I'm going to start with the one student, Jordan. So Jordan where's Jordan? Jordan here? Oh, Jordan may not have. So we're going to save Jordan just in case Jordan comes. And, and so then we're going to go to Alyssa. I know Alyssa's here. There's Alyssa hiding back there. So come on up, Alyssa. Now, Alyssa was nominated by GS Lakey Middle School. And I want to read a little bit about you, Alyssa. All right. So Alyssa Ironheart, also known as Ita Bita K.
Pita Pataki.
I wasn't close, so I'm not going to try that again, which means flying eagle woman. What a name to honor for sure. Is from the Piikani Nation of the Blackfeet people and has roots to the Cowessess First Nation. You're going to correct me again.
Cowses.
Close. First Nation of the Ojibwa people. Alyssa was nominated for the Honoring Spirit Indigenous Student Award through her exemplary leadership, honor, courage, and commitment to her culture and education. Specifically, Alyssa has taken on an active leadership role and has been a grounding force among her peers with GS Lakey's Indigenous Leadership Group in bringing people together and creating a space where all feel welcome and respected. Through the beauty and power of her various Indigenous dances, Alyssa has courageously stood before her entire school community as an advocate in bringing awareness to the significance of the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, as well as missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and transgender people, and how it impacts us all. Alyssa shows great honor for her Indigenous culture through her knowledge of Indigenous languages, sacred teachings, ceremony, smudge prayer, and her beautiful artistry. Alyssa is an all-round exemplary student who inspires all those who have had the great honor of knowing her. Congratulations, Alyssa. So Alyssa, from our board chair, Alison Purcell, you're going to see a letter from the Alberta School Board Association acknowledging your achievement, as well as a certificate and a certificate from Lethbridge School Division. Congratulations, Alyssa. And Maria. I feel like we have a whole bunch of individuals from the Churchill family here today. I'm part of the Churchill family, so I just sort of love that type of thing. And so, Maria, congratulations for your nomination for the Indigenous Student Award from Alberta School Board Association. On top of her already busy academic program, Maria finds time to be a leader on our junior varsity basketball team. She is hardworking, dedicated, and enthusiastic as a teammate who is positive and uplifting to her peers. In addition to academics and athletics, she's also a member of after-school leadership class, where she initiates and collaborates on important student-driven projects for her school. Moreover, Marie is a founding member of our school's first Indigenous Non-Indigenous Alliance Club, which meets regularly with the purpose of bringing awareness to advancing truth and reconciliation within our school community. Good for you. Marie is an unwavering asset to our school community, and she elevates our school in all that she does. Congratulations. Double checking, Kanye. Come on up. Kanye Melting Tallow. Winston Churchill High School. So congratulations again for being honored with the Provincial Alberta School Board Association Indigenous Student Nomination Award. Kanye has faced challenges that could have led him to give up on himself or give up on his dreams. But when things were hard, Kanye worked harder. The level of perseverance our school has seen in Kanye is going to take him many places as he grows and moves beyond high school. What Kanye has been able to balance throughout high school, starting with the COVID-19 pandemic and learning from home for almost half of his high school years, my God, has been incredible. Kanye embraces his Blackfoot culture, and his school has been fortunate enough to learn and grow alongside him in discovering more about Indigenous ways of knowing. Kanye is kind, caring, and holds a great amount of trust with everyone he knows. You do not have to spend too much time with him, with this young man, to realize how special he is. He values people and relationships with them. Congratulations, Kanye. So the reason it's important that we get this working is because this gets recorded. And if I don't speak into this, then whatever I say can't be heard. Because certainly what I have to say about this team of amazing individuals, young humans, who will absolutely, I believe, be leaders in our world, is really important for those who are watching to see and those who will watch the recording to see. So just so to develop an understanding to our audience, the iGEM, little I, capital GEM, they're not just gems, it's a real competition, iGEM, is an annual worldwide synthetic biology event aimed at undergraduate university students as well as high school and graduate students. So that gives you, just right, that statement right there, an understanding of the quality of the intellect of the individual sitting before us this afternoon. The iGEM competition gives students the opportunity to push boundaries in synthetic biology by tackling everyday issues facing the world. Multidisciplinary teams work together to design, build, test, and measure a system of their own design using interchangeable biological parts and standard molecular biology techniques. Okay. Think about that. This, aren't you amazed? All right, so now you have an idea of what we have in front of us and the amazing accomplishment of these individuals. So really, we are so proud to recognize this group of scholars and researchers who will undoubtedly use their intelligence and skill and insight to make our world a better place. I feel like we're in really good hands. Trustees were drawn to the incredible accomplishment of the iGEM team at the iGEM 2022 Grand Jamboree in October 2022. To receive the gold medal at this international competition for your project is truly a highlight for this school division and an absolute distinguished honor for you as a student, scientist, researcher, and scholars with bright futures. Trustees have read the feature article on our website written by our communication officer, as well as we understand there's great plans for the upcoming November 2023 Jamboree. Are any of you part of that? All of you? Aha. So the returning champs goes to the next competition. We congratulate each one of you and know that we are exceptionally proud that you are Lethbridge School Division students. Now, Laura, you should be up with this team. Laura Kiefer Wilkes is the University of Lethbridge primary investigator. Did I get what your role right? Who works with this amazing team. And so we all know without having these skillful, mentored guidance of people like yourself, Laura, that the achievement of that level, the pinnacle of achievement in terms of achieving the world gold medal wouldn't happen. And so these young individuals are very fortunate to have yourself. And I know there's other instructors and professors and doctors from, I think there was one from UBC that work with these students. And it's my understanding you even have access to the University of Lethbridge special lab that no one gets to be in except very special students. So congratulations for that. And I know the schools really support strongly this program as well. So thank you, Winston Churchill, for being the host school for this dual credit program with the University of Lethbridge. And so certainly 2023 iGEM looks promising, but we do want to recognize you today for your 2022 gold achievement in France. So with that, we're going to present each one of you their certificate, and then we'll want a picture of you as a group. Sound good? And so there may be some, I know there's quite a few that couldn't make it, but again, thank you for those who could. So Lisa Sala. Yeah, because some of them have graduated, so thank you. Hortensa? Congratulations. Okay, you're gonna say Jay. All right, Jay. And Marie Metz. Grace Kofel. Green She. Amber Quo. U of C. Look where these people have gone. Great places. Let me guess, in the sciences. Not all. Okay, there's got to be art. I say that because I was an art major, so I'm just being a little biased, right? So it's Aubrey Nilsson and Karma Patel. That's Sataro. Rihanna. Amanda. Samrit. Steven. This must be you Zit. D dot. Okay. All right, let's have you arrange yourselves on the steps with Laura. Thank you all, students, for allowing the Lethbridge School Division Board of Trustees to celebrate and honor you this afternoon.
Okay, so we are back to the agenda. We only have a couple of more items. So the one is the public forum response we sent to Nicole Williams from her public forum piece in March. And then we have two letters of correspondence that we received from Minister LaGrange and Alberta Education with the funding commitment. So are there any questions on any of those? Okay. So with that, I know that we still have public forum. So we have a plan so that we aren't just sitting here for an hour. So we're going to have Kristen, and I don't know if it's the same link, but we're going to just break. And I know that we have an event at 5:30, so we're going to send you on your way with the expectation that you will all log in at 5 to 5. Log in at 5 to 5, and then we will wait till 5 o'clock to confirm, and a couple minutes past 5 o'clock to confirm if there is or isn't a public forum. We will listen to any public forum that is on, and then we will adjourn the meeting at that point, whether there is or there isn't. And as I had said before, that public forum is 5 minutes max per person, up to a maximum of 15 for anybody that does join us for that. So we will leave that public forum piece still at 5 o'clock. And is everybody good with that plan? Okay. And you guys all know where we're going for Indigenous grad at 5:15. So it's Chinook in the gymnasium. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So we are just on a break until 5 to 5. And Kristen is just the regular link. Well, that will work if everybody We are back on and we will wait a couple of minutes to see if there is anybody for public forum. Is there anybody yet? Okay, so we'll just give it 2 minutes. And then we'll adjourn if not. Christina, are you ready at the school?
I only made it as far as Lakey before I had to stop.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I can.
We're just going to give it a couple minutes. Probably her backyard.
I've been, you know what, come to think of it, I've been outside all day. No, I have to. What pathetic is that?
Should we call it 5:02? Okay. So we will adjourn the meeting at 5:02. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you at Indigenous Grad at Chinook. Thanks.